Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Chill Sunday stream. Hope everybody's doing well. Back here with some more Black Book. We just entered into chapter 4, and we're going to be alone in the woods. So, hopefully, we can find our group and rebuild our party. Hello and welcome, Il. Il says, "We here." Doug had said Sunday streams in this economy. Have a nice one, folks. It is more likely than you think. Thank you for stopping in, Doug. Finally, Sunday chill stream. Glad to have you, Il. Glad you're excited. I'm gonna give people like maybe 2-3 minutes to make their way in, and then we'll get going. We want to remind everybody to switch over from top chat to live chat. Oh man. So how's everybody? How are you doing, Il? What's going on? Talk to me. What's on your mind? Since you're the first one here. Hmm. Lots of things are on your mind. Care to share one? In the meantime, I am gonna get us going with the game a little bit. I am gonna do that. And then the wars, the expensiveness of everything. Indeed, indeed. The weather, the climate. Today on How Screwed Are We? We're giving you the greatest hits of the political spectrum. I think we are just about ready to go. Pop this over here. So, last time on Black Book, we avoided a fight for our final encounter with the wolf spirit and ended up rescuing everybody from the wedding. And then Basilia woke up completely alone after losing sight of Nikolai. And that's pretty much where we left off. And thus we are alone in the woods. How unless she walks the forest.
Nikolai! Hey! Is there anybody there? Proshka? This fog is so cold. I need to get out. I think Cherden is to the west. Right. But where's west? Maybe if I can come to a glade, I will be able to tell.
Alright, we've got our chorts to deal with. Too many chorts. Too many chorts. Send you on a meaningless job. Send you on a meaningless job. Resistance to status regeneration. I don't mind not having bless. Alright, so that's pretty good. Alright, we did level up. So, what do we have here? What are you? Increases the number of keys in your Zagavar for 2 turns. How does that work exactly? Hold on, that might be what we needed to restructure this deck. Removes page from the book till the end of battle. Increases the number of keys in your Zagavar for 2 turns. I think I could make that work. Hold on. I'm gonna do some deck building for a second. I want to see something. What if I were to throw... Let's clear this deck out, the third deck we have. Let's clear it out. What if we throw in 3 curses? We throw in Sea Depth. Muldoon. Muldoon Fiend. I want to see if I could incorporate Bone Curse. That's what I'm thinking. If I were to incorporate Bone Curse and Key Tongue, as my 4 cards. And then I were to... were to then... Give me a second. There's a card I'm thinking of and I can't. Oh, it's in the other deck. This one. Yeah. Was that not... Oh yeah, there it is. If I were to put 2 of you in there... Okay, so remember last time I had talked about how if we had a card with swipe, we could reduce the size of our deck even more and create a very even further consistent hand? What this card would do is make it so that every single turn I would be able to cast Bone Curse, Key Tongue, Sea Depth, and Coldoon Fiend. No. Because I can only do... How many can I do? Right now I can do 1 regular one. Okay, so I could always do Bone Curse, Key Tongue, and Sea Depth. And I have Coldoon Fiend as a backup. But basically it would guarantee... And if I reach a higher level, I'll be able to cast all 4. Every single turn that as long as I draw 1 of these. And then I'd always have enemies cursed. Basically, my entire attack would be cursing. I kind of want to try that. Oh, that's a key card. Wait. Also, hello and welcome, merchants. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. You just finishing up a call and we'll be here shortly. Okay. Looking forward to having you. I kind of want to see how that works anyway. Am I crazy with thinking that that's a really good card? Like, this deck build is literally going to always be able to provide me up to 24 defense every turn and 3 curses. And as soon as I clear, the longer I go into battle, the more consistently I can hit 30 curse, double that curse. And because I'd be using these 2 cards with it, it would actually be 10, 11, 12, 13 times 3. So 39 gets doubled to 78 plus 2. I'll be dealing 240 damage a turn. Close to it. 230 to 240. Okay, we're gonna try that. I want to see one more thing there. I want to see these other cards here. Inflict damage equal to health lost in the previous turn. Not feeling those quite as much. What is this card? George the Brave. Less 6 to all? Increases the attack of each page by 6. I don't know if that's... I don't know if I want to go back to a Brave deck. Alright, I think we're good. I think we're going to set off. And we'll see how this new deck works out for us. Oh, we have multiple paths to go through. Let's go to the trees in the fog. Why not?
The slippery fog envelops you with the chill of autumn. Its clouds billow in mesmerizing patterns. Strange shadows and figures now and then appear in the colorless smoke. The damp fog takes on the form of forest spirits. They attack.
Fog Torts. Yeah, every turn I'm gonna get access to Triple Curse. So we do... First, defense, defense. And then... Babushka Adamunushka. Hello and welcome, Perry. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday and glad you could join us. Now I can cast 3 key cards. So we're going to Triple Curse you. Hit you with C-Dep. We'll hit you with Koldune's Fiend, and we'll play another Babushka. Curse. Defense? Double curse. think I have... to make sure that I use all my Babushka cards very quickly. Oh, that thing is what disarmed me. Okay. You're just annoying. Worms. Words all lit with fire. Removes page from the book till the end of battle. Not useful. Alright, we'll head to the Strange Rift. Sure, why not?
Suddenly, you hear strange sounds. You stop in time to keep from falling off a precipice whose bottom is lost in the fog. When you turn around, the forest spirits attack you from the mist.
Okay. We do curse, defense, defense, Babushka. Now we do curse. Curse. Defense. Double curse. Ketone. Golden's Fiend. C-Dep. Curse, defense, babushka. Oh, actually, there's no point in sending the bite. Blood clot stop. Gain defense equal to health lost in previous turn. Okay. Don't I have another thing that increases my curse? Yeah. You know what? That level up we had, we're gonna grab another item slot. Alright, let's head to the next area. I guess we'll go... Let's go in a circle. Foggy Forest.
A tall figure sticks out from behind the trees. It's difficult to determine who this is. You feel uneasy from the creature's odd movement. The figure vanishes in the fog as if it was never there.
Cool. Murky figures it is.
Ghostly silhouettes arise from the haze. First, an old galbetz, then a crooked cross made out of mossy branches. You carefully walk along the rotting fence and shiver against your will. In a haze, a flock of black birds sweeps through, breaking the silence. A heartbeat, and you are alone again. Another forest lies ahead of you.
Ah, okay. Now we're at another branch of 4. Oh, so if you pick the right... So I picked the worst path. That's lovely. Silhouettes in the dark. Sure.
The branches grab your dress. You realize that you've fallen into a demonic trap.
Great. Love that. What are you casting? Spikes. That doesn't sound good. Might wanna... cast Curse. Curse. No, we're gonna cast Cursed. Defense, defense. Double Curse. Keto. No, we shouldn't double curse on the first turn. We should go on the first turn. Deal $10 damage on receiving damage. Okay. Gonna do that. Double curse, speed depth. Holden's friend. Double curse, sea depth. Curse. Curse. Defense. Curse, curse, curse. Detone, full doom. Double curse, sea depth. 16, 16. That's 66 curse. That thing had over 120 curse. I did over 300 damage to that to end that fight. Not that it needed it, but this is going to be really good on bosses. Pick one, pick one, pick one. Where do we go?
You wander among the fir trees, standing silent in the fog. They all seem to be equally hostile. They weave unseen zagavers with the whispering of their branches and drag you deeper into the abyss of the forest depths. You look back. You feel someone is watching you.
Guess we'll go to Old Firs. Let's go around in a circle until we hit one.
On one of the trees, you spot a red ribbon and head over to it. It's weathered with time and eaten by worms. The moment you touch it, it falls apart. However, beyond it, you see another ribbon, and yet another one behind it. It looks like they show you the way.
Nice. Now 3 paths. Start from bottom up, I guess.
This giant pine trunk, felled by a lightning strike, is rotting among his luckier brothers. Somewhere in the fog, an owl cries. You raise your head, glancing at the sound among the branches, then look down again, and fail to recognize the trees. It seems the forest around you has changed. Someone is watching you, and you can feel it. You think you saw a vague figure moving behind the trees.
Oh, we gotta follow
Red
the figure.
eyes light up in the fog. Another demonic trap.
I mean, you're just giving me XP. First curse defense. As much as I want to play Babushka, I should just end. First curse defense. The only downside is that there are some turns where I won't do damage while I'm setting up. Like, if this were a boss, I wouldn't have done damage that first turn. But then I'd be able to do this. And I've already built up to 90 curse. How high can the curse go? Well, into the impenetrable fog.
The gloomy forest parts before the foggy glade. The opening continues to the left and to the right. You stop and think about where you should go next. Your
Do I want to walk around or follow the demon?
You are going to follow the demon.
Yeah?
You follow the Leshy, but you can't catch up to him. It seems as if the demon is playing with you, or mocking you, and then simply disappears. You stop. Around you is an unfamiliar forest.
I can't keep wandering here any longer. I can stay here forever. I need to calm down and think. What can I do to find the way?
Well, walking in circles won't help. Staying here won't help. Reading a prayer won't help. It's either read a prayer, turn clothes inside out. Does that do? I feel like I've heard something about that before. Ooh, was there any clue in the game that chose? You know what? I'm just gonna try it. Worst thing is it tells me I'm wrong.
Right. There's one way.
Yeah, okay.
I should shake my clothes and put them on inside out. Then the demons will stop confusing me.
You undress. The fog envelops you with penetrating cold. You quickly shake your clothes and turn them inside out, then dress and look up. The demons are gone. Only some faint clapping can be heard. The fog gradually recedes, and in the distance, you see a village in the middle of the forest. It's surrounded by firs and pines. However, it looks like this inhospitable place is home to people. You can see light in several windows and smoke coming from the chimneys. Ahead, on the old stump, you see a pair of strange boots with a blue shimmer. You take the unusual footwear and approach the people.
Nice.
You reach the village. It seems that the forest's humming darkness recedes here, though the pine trees stand close to the houses. Life here runs its course despite many houses standing abandoned. You notice the hunter outside and call out to him.
God be with you.
God be with you. Wait, you're new, aren't you? Oh, what a meeting. Hey, people. Marfa, are you home? Look, the forest brought us another one.
What is this village?
Oh, it's Nimza. We're from Nimza. Now you are too. And I think you will be for a long time.
I don't like how that sounds.
Tell me about your village.
It's your village now too. It's a permanent village. Mostly Yazva. But there are also some Russians. I'm not a very clever Perman person, but I know 2 languages. What can you tell us about Nimza? We're doing our farming quietly here. A pity though. We don't get as much salt as we used to.
What do you mean a long time?
It's just that the forest master keeps us here. He doesn't let us go anywhere. I can't even tell you how long this has been going on.
What do you mean, doesn't let you go?
We have whatever we desire here. A west forest, plenty of fields, but if you venture any further, it's all fog. It doesn't let us go. You wander around and wind up back here.
And if you turn your clothes inside out?
We've tried everything. Praying, turning our clothes inside out. We've just come to accept it. How much time has passed? Several years. I can't tell you any more accurately than that.
So I'm not the first one that Lyashi brought to you.
Don't go saying his name left and right. You're not the only one Borsa brought. He takes them from somewhere. Were you lost long? That's why you're here. Recently some cab driver arrived. The forest brought him to us. Now you will live with us.
I've been walking through the forest the entire day. I have no strength left.
We have several abandoned izbas. Stay the night wherever you wish. You can use that one. No one lives there now. All right, I have to go. We've spent enough time chatting. I won't catch anything if we sit around talking all day, now will I? I'll come by tomorrow morning and see how you're doing.
Thank you. My name is Vasilisa.
And I'm Yefim. Jesus be your guide.
Alright, so we need to clearly get the hell out of here. Alright. Meaningless job. Meaningless job. Sure. I guess I'll keep these 3. I'm almost leveled up again. Though with the way my deck is now being built, I'm ready to pull the help of Saints too. I don't think I need that anymore. Okay. Torts are set. Black Book is set. See our visitors.
You awake? Here, the women sent you meat dumplings and a jug of milk. Have breakfast.
So, you're a Noah, right? I am Philemon, the shepherd here.
I didn't get it at first, but Marfa saw your book and told me.
I saw it too, though. I'm a shepherd, after all. I'm a Noah, too, a little.
Don't get ahead of the elders. Wait, let me tell. I'm a hunter and a knower. I was always on the good terms with the forest master.
Yeah, right. How long ago did you write him a charter?
That's not your business, Filka. You think why my gun is so accurate, huh?
I may know a thing or two. Why are you asking? You want to set the village free?
Oh, the village is not the problem.
You think we have it bad here? Well, it may prove to be for the best that we're here. Philemon also says so.
The children are not taken to the army. The noblemen don't pursue us. Then again, you get fed every day in the army. But here we starve from time to time.
Better to be free, though. How to dream. That's not the point. People go missing. Every month a God-fearing human soul disappeared.
The village grows thinner every day. It's been one thing after another.
The other day, this woman went missing. So the whole village called us to ask you bring her back from the forest.
Why did Nimzia become closed?
The devil knows. Someone cursed it, perhaps.
What's wrong with the village? It was all taken by Vorsa. The things that can happen to you. We can't understand anything ourselves. Leshy doesn't talk to us. And we used to communicate often before.
You say they go missing every month?
Yes. A boy or an old woman gets taken by Leshy. All this despite the fact that we don't argue nowadays almost. Some women don't speak at all, in fear of cursing someone. Still, it doesn't help.
Who went missing this time?
Galina, she was a fine woman. A widow. Her husband was taken 3 years ago.
Someone cursed them.
No, maybe the forest took them by itself.
All right, I'll get her back. Maybe I will be able to speak to the forest short. We'll find out what he's planning.
Oh, thank you, mistress. We'll pray for you till the end of our days. Here, have a bottle of vodka and some bread to smooth things up with him. Maria's crossroads are not far from here.
I would try to get her myself, but he never speaks to me. I doubt he will speak to you with me around.
Well, we'll see. God helps.
Ha! Mistress, what's going on in this cursed village? You, our Redeemer, set me free as soon as possible.
Calm down, man.
I just came here, just like you. I was going from Upper Yazva. We had some drinks with a buddy of mine and I went home. The devil hid my way. Leshy dragged me here in this cursed Nimza. Then my horse stopped. I was flung from my cart.
If you hadn't drank so much, you would have been home by now.
That's right. How did you get here? Drank too much too?
So you came here to chat or what?
Oh, I'm about my cart. I don't remember what exactly was in it, but I left my goods there, and I need to get my horse back. I'm afraid to go to the cart. It's south from here, by the road.
All right, I'll have a look if I'm nearby.
Thank you. I would to pray God for you to get us out of here. He have some berries. At least there is some good from this forest.
Alright, let's set off. Guess we go straight to the overgrown forest.
The peasants often pass by this place when they go to the fields, and that's why evil spirits like to hide here between the fir branches. Just as now, you can see several chorts hiding among the trees.
Curse, defense, Babushka. Curse, defense, beat up, double curse. And now it's time for overkill. First plus 160. I guess we go to the fields.
The slippery fog covers the Nimzia field. The nets of unknown power, woven by a local Khaldun a long time ago, tug at you. They cannot be seen by a regular person, but you manage to find their source without question. A mossy tree stump on the edge of the field. The moldering stump crumbles at your touch and releases spores like some sort of puffball. Inside lies an Easter egg, dried up by sorcery.
I need to take the egg.
You take the ancient magical item.
A Christ egg. So he says I take the egg, which I exchanged on the first Easter. Then I go to the forest with this egg. Okay. Foggy Forest or Vizyasti? Let's go Foggy Forest.
Looks like this forest has never seen a human before. There are no roads and no trails. But you find you walk in circles for some time, unable to understand the strange, demonic logic. On your way back, you encounter a couple of angry jorts.
First, defense, Babushka. Heals 13 and enemy loses health. First, defense, Babushka, double curse. Curse, defense, Bushka, Eton. And now there's no kill like overkill. Yeah, this is definitely consistent for longer battles. Because it's at 54 curse, and I'm going to hit it for 19, 19, 19. So we're talking 57 curse, getting doubled. Plus I do 10 damage. And then I hit him for whatever his curse is times 3. So that would have done 666 damage to him. Ah! Babushka Yaga. Increases the number of scrolls in your Zagavar for 2 turns. That might be useful in other decks. Alright, so we could go with another item. We could reduce the cost of page creation, trade. I think we're gonna increase defense. We do, like, disgusting amount of damage as it is. At this point. But now we'll be able to do 28 defense every turn instead of what we were doing before. I guess we head here now.
Silence gives way to the rumbling of the earth. It's hard to make out what's going on through the dense branches. You come closer and see animal bodies intertwined, the flow of predators and their prey, and hear the trampling of thousands of paws and hooves. The procession, flowing along the rippling lake, soon disappears in the milky haze. You
Let's
follow the
animals.
procession for some time, and on your way recollect your grandfather's tales. Soon the fog is growing dense, and the animals disappear into it. You stop and think. Could you follow them and run away from Nimzia?
Uh,
You continue on into the milky haze, and turn your clothes inside out just to be sure. The fog is getting closer and closer, and soon your sense of direction fails you. Several times you trip over roots that have suddenly emerged. You have almost no strength left, but the mist soon disperses. To your amazement, you're back at the same place where you started your trip. It seems the villagers didn't lie to you.
why did I get +1 sin for that? It's not a big deal.
A branch cracks underneath your foot. You freeze, seizing up with unexplainable panic. A demon is getting close. Do you fight or do you flee?
We fight. We do a curse, we do a curse. I think we hit double curse defense and Babushka. What are you about to cast? Vampirism. Okay. We do curse, defense, Babushka, double curse, sea depth, Keton. Curse, defense, holding, Keton, Babushka. Curse, curse, curse. Double curse. Burning stone, sure. Absorbs the next negative status. That could be useful. A little situational, but guess we go to the deep tracks to do the side stuff.
A visitor from the village has lost his cart somewhere here. Sure enough, you find the deep track of the wheels. What was the peasant carrying? Hundreds of pounds of flour, thousands of sacks of broadcloth. Cold dew has collected in the deep grooves. Your thoughts are interrupted by the noise of the wind. You think that demons are somewhere near, traveling like a foul breeze. You find a short wedding at a nearby glade, draw a circle, and throw a stone into the demon whirlwind. Before the demons have a chance to realize what's going on, you read your first...
This has been a very battle-heavy chapter so far. Take a little bit of damage there, but that's okay. What are you casting? Vampirism? Fine. Curse, curse, defense. Pushka, pushka. Honestly, at this point, the curses are overkill. Let's take the highest word. We've got a dug-in card.
The strange tracks bring you to a cart. It's submerged in the swampy earth, like a flooded boat on a lake shore. There are no traces of shoveling around it, nor are there traces of a human presence. It seems the cart sank deeper into the earth over time, until it became completely stuck within it. The cart is ruined, with no hope for restoration. The wheels are broken. Some of them are missing all of the spokes. Part of the wood is damp, and moss has begun to grow on it. There's nothing heavy inside, only a light basket with colored threads and ribbons, which you take for yourself.
Alright, I guess we go to this final area.
The fog is beginning to grow thicker. Perhaps you're getting closer to the border of the domain Valeshi gave to the people of Nimzia. You only gradually realize that you have come to a crossroads. The milky haze around you is that thick.
The sun is setting, but the fog stays.
There are white toadstools growing near the old crosses. Smells like autumn rot. You unfold the towel, embroidered with Perm patterns that Yefim gave you. You put a bottle of vodka and a loaf of bread onto it. The crosses have turned black and covered with moss. You come closer. Looks like they've been shot, with duckshot. The holes look fresh. There are toadstools growing at the crosses.
Oh, there's an herb here. Achievement unlocked, gather 66 herbs.
There are old crosses here too, just like on Mikhail's crossroads.
I guess we'll make a circle. And begin the ritual. Let's see what happens.
The circle is drawn. The offerings are here. Everything is ready for the Zagavur.
Righteous Forest, Righteous Forest, your children are your servants. The Lord's servant Galina, peasant from Nimzia, named by the Lord, is not sold to you, is not given to you. No writings are in her name. Bring me her right this minute. As I told it, so it will be.
Oh. It's a raven? With red eyes. Also, hello and welcome, Jaguar. Hope you're having a chill, lovely Sunday. Always glad to see the kitty in a box. I'm doing well. Doing well.
The raven silently watches you from the fir branch. His eyes burn with strange crimson light, and it's not candlelight reflecting.
You're not from Nimzia.
The branches look like they repeat the raven's words.
No, I'm a visitor here.
A witch, but you got lost. Carr, carr.
I followed every rule. Well, I may have forgotten to ask permission. I'm sorry, Kind Forest.
Carr, carr, carr.
The raven's cawing reminds you of dry laughter.
Don't let yourself out. I'm not a Lashley. Not exactly.
What do you mean? Did I do something wrong with the ritual?
The raven walks along the circle's edge, his head bent.
So, you're looking for a peasant girl. I will help you. And maybe you will help me in return.
What kind of chort are you?
Carr. Do you know how a Lashley manages his household? We had everything nice and proper until recently. You'll soon learn for yourself. Yourself?
How can I help you?
First, we find the girl. Then we talk. I can't manage without a witch. You came in time. In time.
Oh, are we getting a new party member?
If you're not a Leshy, then we're easy.
He fell asleep like a regular Ivan. Carr, carr. He snores so hard the mist billows.
What do you mean, fell asleep? Who's looking after the forest?
Carr, carr, carr.
I need to get out of here, not go looking for that girl.
You won't get out of here unless you find the Lashy. He's the one holding you here, not I. Not I. I want to help you. Yes. Find Galina. Find the one who took her.
All right, but if you're lying to me, where do I find this woman?
It's night. We won't go right now. Not we'd better not. Carr. Come tomorrow to the south of Nimzia. You'll find a dry tree there. And don't go telling anyone what I told you, or it will get worse. Tell no one.
Where's that tree?
It's a tall tree. You'll find it. Perm people call it Kulpu, the devil's tree. Tell no one. Karr, karr.
You shudder from the sudden cawing. In a moment, the raven disappears in the fog. Your skin crawls. Thinking about it, you blow out the candles and go back to Nimzia.
Alright. Jaguar says, I'm glad I made it in time for the Raven. I'm so out of it, it's been raining and cloudy all week, so I've been with body aches. I even took a nap today. I don't normally nap. Wow. If you don't normally nap and you took one, you must have needed it. Jaguar says, yay, all the sacred witchy animal friends. True. All the sacred witchy animal friends, indeed. Task failed. Task failed. Alright, we're gonna put you on a meaningless job. We're gonna put you on a meaningless job. Put you on a task that's gonna take 2 days. Put you on a task that's gonna give us the most money. And that's good with the chorts. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Pretty happy with the way the Black Book is coming out right now. Let's see our visitors.
Hey, open up! It's Anisia Ivanovna. I'm not afraid of you, demon Yeretnik. Hey, don't go bugging your eyes out on me. It's you, right? Cursed Vaska. All Nimzai's talking about you. Snake spit in your eye. They say you're a witch. Phil, you'll burn in hell, wayward girl.
The pots on the old shelf are shaking from her cries. Looks like Anisia Ivanovna is not stopping anytime soon.
At least cover your head, you witch. A pox on your head, you Moscow filth. As soon as someone speaks a foul word, you latch onto it, demon guides. So the whole village said it. So what? There she is, sitting in the red corner with her filthy book. No justice for you, godless heavens. Because of the likes of you, we're staying here in this fog and nothing grows here, you alien witch.
Uh-huh. Merchant says, yep, same here. Very gloomy weather. Finally got something to eat and drink and watching the stream now. Well, I hope you enjoy your meal and whatever it is you're having to drink, and hope you continue to enjoy the stream. This lady, however, is getting on my nerves.
Anisia proceeds in this manner for some time, but eventually she gets tired. She spits on the floor and walks out of your izba.
Cool.
Oh, just met Anisia by the entrance. A wicked woman, my lord.
I noticed.
Hey, Vasilisa, God help!
Howdy, Vasilisa. This is for you. Gathered some nuts and berries.
God helps. Thank you for the gifts.
Jamaican meat patties with hot sauce and milk. And yeah, this lady is rude. Yeah, she really was. Ah, Jamaican patties. I have not had that in a good while. Is the milk with the hot sauce, or just because you enjoy milk with it?
So, how's the things on the crossroads? I couldn't sleep today. Waited the whole night.
The Raven said don't tell about the Raven. The Raven's probably not lying. I'm not gonna talk about the raven.
I was in the crossroads, called Leshy. For now, it's not your business.
Why is it not our business?
You are knowers, but not the kind to manage the righteous forest. I will try speaking to Leshy one more time today.
Bit of both? Awesome. Awesome. Jaguar says the thing is that I love this weather, just arthritis and migraine act up. That is not fun. That is not fun at all. What do you enjoy about the weather, Jaguar?
Well, I have to go. I will tell you if I have any news. For now, sleep soundly.
The baffled men walk out of the room and close the doors behind.
Howdy, Vasilisa.
God bless.
I brought you breakfast. My name is Marfa. I saw you from my window yesterday. You're going to bring Galina back. Go on. I won't bother you. I want to help. I think I know where she might be. We have a river here, Piliva. I was near the bridge and saw it. She was standing there, all in white, on the other bank. It's the truth, I swear to God. I'm screaming to her, Galia, Galia. She doesn't answer. Just standing there, not moving. And I can't see her face. My blood runs cold. I was so scared. I turn around and she's gone.
All right. I'll take a look on the other shore if I'm nearby.
Oh, thank you, our Redeemer. Tell me tomorrow how it goes.
Oh, Vasilisa, you saved my goods! Do you know how much these fabrics cost? Thank you. I have nothing to pay you with. Here, at least take some rye bread. That's different from what they usually eat in this filthy Nimzia.
I like the click, clack, tap, swoosh sounds of the raindrops and wind. I really enjoy the gray out effect in the fog. I feel like it creates a peacefulness sometimes. Like it kind of silences the space that you're in. Because people tend to not go out. It tends to be a lot quieter. I like to go out in that type of weather.
Well, God bless you.
All right, on our way. On our way. I guess we head to the burned woods.
The villagers depart to the fields. Some of them avoid you, going to the other side of the streets and closing their shutters. Others look at you with hope and whisper prayers. You walk some distance from the village and find a fire site. Recently, the locals burned down the forest near the village, trying to stop its growth. An added bonus was the preparation of fertile land for future crops. Demons often settle on such fire sites. The coals of fir trees and pines crunch underneath your feet. You aren't surprised when you discover that the fire attracted evil spirits.
Oh, another battle. Oh, you're a big one. Hellish motivation oh. You have bless. Okay. We do curse, defense, babushka. Removes positive status effects. Ugh. Double curse, sea depth. We do curse, Wall Burst, that's only gonna do 7. Yeah, but I'm gonna lose the power next turn anyway, that's fine. Curse. Key time, Babushka, defense. These little ones are actually kind of annoying because they keep getting rid of my extra keys. Once I hit level 19, that won't be an issue anymore. Curse. I know he's gonna break that, but that's fine. Because now sea depths. Goodbye. Cross. Hold on, what is this? Status doesn't vanish with battle progress. Immunity to waste, immunity to poison. Page effect of poison. Matching color. Alright, I'll take that. You like the way I just said curse 3 times, so funny to me. Just so nonchalant with the cursing of everyone. So the funny thing is that I modified the deck at the very beginning of stream. So my deck is very much a curse. Like, all I do is curse now. So the strategy... See, if you look at my orders right now, I can't... Why can't I move over? It's not letting me edit my deck, I think. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Nope, I did not want to do that. There we go. Where is that? That would be under the Aspen Seal, I think. Yeah. So the way my deck works now, Jaguar, is I have triple curse. I am justifying the curses. My deck is literally just a curse deck. I have 3 curses, and I have 2 things that give me a massive amount of defense if I curse people. I have a attacking thing that gives triple damage for the amount of curse that I've put on people. I have a thing that doubles curse. I have something that just does extra damage. And I have a thing that, when I curse, gets increased damage. And then I have this card, which is Babushka Aramanushka. And every time that happens, I get to use more of these cards in the background, and one of the babushkas disappears from the deck. Basically meaning that after a few turns, every turn, I will literally just curse 3 times, double the curse, and then cast triple damage on total curse. I also got something that you might be excited to see. This card. Babushka Yaga. It's Baba Yaga. I'm not using Baba Yaga, but... there it is. He makes an appearance. True. Let's head into the forest.
Having completed all the standard rituals, you step under the forest canopy. Again, you feel as though someone is watching you. Clutching your book tighter, you continue on your way and soon notice an opening to your left. Looks like there are fewer trees there. The forest trail, on the other hand, is full of shadows and darkness.
Let's go through the forest.
The unwelcoming forest scratches you with its furry branches. Grinding your teeth, you continue
Fail.
toward your goal.
I guess we go to the Bilba Bank.
The forest runs parallel to the village of Gluchaya Virva. The fog covers the opposite bank so that only the very edge is visible. Suddenly, someone on that side starts up a sad song. You look around, but can't see any bridge nearby.
Let's look for a boat.
You search the shore in the hope of finding an abandoned boat, and you are lucky. However, no matter how hard you try to reach the other shore, you can't do it. The Leshy is too powerful. All you can do now is abandon any attempt. The
Swim to the
icy
other
water
bank?
burns you like coals. You take a few steps, but realize that you won't be able to swim across.
Tara and Dem walking through the forest, Udalati talking this and that, cursing everyone who crossed their path. Udalati, what a day. Is that our Robin Hood? The Disney Robin Hood? Is that a reference to that? Cursing everybody who gets in my way.
This ravine was notorious among Nemzia villagers, even before their village was captured by the Leshy. The steep slopes are lost in the milky haze, which still permeates the local woods. Nevertheless, you hear a quiet rustling coming from below, almost like the flowing of distant water. You also see the figure of a large fir tree rising above the other trees.
Let's inspect the
You
ravine.
carefully descend, trying not to fall down into the foggy abyss. You soon see the source of the noise. Thousands of squirrels are running along the bottom of the ravine somewhere to the north. Above a living carpet of animals stand several chorts. From time to time, they fish one of them out, bite an unfortunate rodent in half with a crunch, and sprinkle its scurrying relatives with its blood.
Attack.
You open the book and read the first Zagavar.
Bad chorts. Curse and curse. Defense, babushka. You don't do any damage to me. What are you casting? Increase in size and become stronger. Curse. Curse. Babushka, babushka. E-tongue. Hold in. Defense. Curse, curse, curse. Double curse. E-tongue, babushka, sea depth. And this is the power that I was talking about, Jaguar. Like, they have 28 curse each. I'm now hitting them for 18 more curse. Double. That one has 92 curse. Triple curse damage. I'm doing close to 300 damage. And I haven't taken any damage. Like, that one has 63 right now. I've gone through all my babushka cards, and now I can do this on every turn. Curse, curse, curse. Get rid of positive status effects. Increase damage. Double curse. Triple total curse damage. Which means it's already cursed for 63. It's going to take an additional 57 curse. Which will then be doubled. That's not the 57 doubled, that's the 57 plus 63 doubled. And then I triple that for damage. So that's 240 times 3 damage. So I just did 720 damage that turn. The enemy doesn't have that much health, but if that was a boss, that would have taken severe damage.
This whole forest looks identically grim. Even this, you touch something hard and take a piece of stale bread with hairs baked inside, as well as nail clippings. This is obviously an offering to the Leshy.
A stale piece of bread with hairs and nail clippings. Strength and status of curse +4. Guess what, everybody? Now the cursing is stronger. Get rid of that. Pop that in. Now every one of my curse cards does even more curse. Base of 16. Which means on turns when I'm doing the full triple curse and everything, I'm gonna be inflicting like 66 curse. This is kind of busted. Alright, what's going on here?
You follow your gut and seem to be getting closer to the tree the raven spoke of. The trees grow closer together here, and you feel the demon presence more intensely. The branches become more and more intertwined, and finally close off your way entirely. You whisper a Zagavr and witness the result of the Leshy's sorcery.
I got an herb here. I think I see another one on the other side.
These sorcerous logs weren't made by humans.
You inspect the Leshy symbols. The demon has closed this way with 3 locks. Without removing them, you can't go any further. It is within your powers to unlock them, but each lock is sure to be guarded by his helpers. The circle is drawn. You whisper the secret words to open the next lock. The Leshy's guards are quick to arrive.
I will be right back. I am not taking my full break yet, but I need a second. Okay, thank you for that. I needed a second. Okay. And we're back. Wait, is that a single enemy? Curse, curse, curse. Sea depth. Goodbye.
The first lock has been opened. You catch your breath.
Yep, move on to the second
The
fight.
circle is drawn. You whisper the secret word.
2 enemies this time. Curse. Curse. Defense. Babushka. Okay, that's not great. Curse. Doom.
The second lock is open. Only one is left. The circle is drawn. You whisper the secret.
Yeah, this chapter's been a lot of combat. Oh, you want to do 40 damage to me. How about no? How about you do 2 damage to me? It's gonna cast 90 defense on itself. Watch how much that matters next turn.
final sorceress lock falls from the forest. You feel the earth trembling as the sorcery weakens.
It's our raven friend. And the girl, as promised. Alright, Raven proved trustworthy. But first I have to collect herbs. Not that I'm using the herbs I'm collecting in this game. Were there any more? No? Okay.
Huge roots. They even look alive.
Among the roots lies a woman dressed like a Nimzia villager. She breathes heavily and in gasps. A raven walks around her, watching with impatience.
Anicia, is that you? Wait, calm down. I'll help you.
You whisper a Zagavr, and the woman starts to breathe steadily. Now her life is safe, but she loses consciousness.
What's wrong with her? Are you trying to kill her?
If I wanted to kill her, I wouldn't have brought you here. Karr! You did well to tell no one in the village about me. You saved the girl. Otherwise, she'd be dead by the hands of the one who kidnapped them from the village. Karr!
What are you telling me? Some villager is to blame.
A Leshy in the guise of a man or a woman in Nimzia. Nimzia! Karr!
If it's Leshy who took her, why didn't he show up on the crossroads?
I told you already. Leshy is asleep. Sleeps below fog with snoring. Only his children left and his wives ran away long ago. Some to Perm, some to Kudum Karr. Karr! They Galina from Nimzia, and the countless other were killed by his Leshy son.
Is it bad that I'm really hoping this raven joins us because I want to see Proshka interact with this raven? More than anything, that's what I want.
How do I find this changeling?
Look closely. Observe. Leshy can't hide from a knower. I can discern him from people. I'm not strong enough. Only you can do it. Karr!
Who are you? What kind of talking bird?
You don't get it yet. You will in time, as soon as you defeat Leshy. You'll know what kind of bird. Karr! Karr!
What kind of fir tree is this?
There are several very old trees in the forest. This is one of them. Near the largest and the most ancient sleeps Leshy, in the middle of the forest, in the thick of it. And near trees like these, smaller ones, the hunter leave offerings to Leshies.
Why did this village become lost?
That Leshy's to blame. I don't know how he managed to take all the Nimzia. His power increased in one day. Now he tricks everyone's eyes, can get out. Karr! We will manage together. You will defeat him, and the village will be free. Will rise from the ashes. Karr! But you have to find him. Have to.
Why do you think I'm going to help you? I need to get out of here.
Want to get out? Then you're going to. Otherwise, you won't make it out. No! Talk with the villagers tomorrow. You've met him already. I feel it. As soon as you learn who among us is Leshy, make him come clean. That's how we beat him. And don't make a mistake. Choose wisely. Karr!
The last words the raven pronounces while unfolding his wings. A moment, and he disappears, as if he was never there.
The Raven thinks that the one to blame for the missing villagers is one of them. He told me I've already met him. Who can it be? Marfa? Philemon? Yefim the Hunter? Anicia! That old witch is definitely a part of it. I will find that Leshy. I need to break the seals, not wander in the middle of nowhere. How much time passed already? Half of what's left? How was he there? Must be going through tall houses now. Right. I will catch the Leshy and make him break the seal. I still have time. Philemon is a shepherd. That means he must communicate with Leshy. Yefim deals with the forest too. He's a hunter after all, and I saw an offering. As soon as I learn enough, we can call to a public hearing. Or maybe fight face to face. I need to question the locals what they know about each other. Maybe then I will be able to find the Leshy. He couldn't leave here unnoticed. Well, let's do it.
Alright, let's send our chorts on meaningless jobs. You may visit any place in Nimzia an unlimited number of times. Speak to characters and search the village for clues to figure out which peasant is actually a demon in disguise. The more facts you learn, the more dialogue options are available. Oh, so we're in, like, mystery time. This is definitely a good place to save the game.
God helps, Vasilisa. It's a blessing that Galina is alive. Here, take it. From all of us to you. Well, I won't bother you. You need to study the book, right?
Wait, I want to ask you about the locals.
Come to my izba. We can talk there. You're tired. Here, better read something. Come in if you need anything. We won't turn you down.
I guess we'll start. Let's just go in a circle, I guess, or... Unless we get anything to point us in a different direction. Hunter's house.
A small hunter's izba that is well lived in. He takes care of his home. The window gleams with a welcoming sliver of light. You walk around the izba, but don't find anything worth your attention. You see broad skis in the yard, a device for cleaning prey, and other hunting tools. They are all kept in order.
Oh, hey, Vasilisa, howdy! It's good that we finally have a knower. You've saved Galina, so maybe you will free us all.
How long have you known Anicia?
A long, long time. We're from the same village. She's Galina's mother-in-law. We used to go hunting with Galina's husband. But he's hunted his fill. He's no more. Yes, a fine man he was. A proper one.
What kind of woman is Marfa?
Oh, a fine woman. Not resentful. The songs she used to sing in the evenings. Oh, those were the days. I didn't talk with her much. An elderly herbalist lives close to her. She knows her better. She watches everyone from her window. Of that I'm sure.
That points us in the direction of the herbalist.
Philemon? Oh, a good man. An hour also. Well, he's not as powerful as you, but he still knows some things. Better go talk to him yourself. Most often he can be found near the haystacks. They're close to the forest.
So do you talk to the Leshy?
Oh, not after he hit the village. Well, I do the rituals, the usual ones.
Galina is Anicia daughter-in-law?
Galina? Yes, she was married to Anisia's son, but he died. The forest took him, as well as many others.
I got pointed in the direction of the herbalist, so we go there.
The herbalist's house smells like healing herbs. You look around attentively, but you don't notice any signs of evil spirits. It seems that the herbalist is not a witch.
Ah, greetings, Vasilisa. Everyone in Nimzai is talking about you. I don't care where this village is, in a fog or in Perm Gubernia. Makes no difference to me. Well, my neighbor lives here. A fine girl, but not very hard-working one. She's young. She'll learn. What do you know about Anicia? What do I know? The missing Galina was her daughter-in-law. That's what I know. What else? A quarrelsome woman. They say the hunters are close with the Leshy. Have you noticed it with yours? Oh no, don't mention the Leshy. You'll call him. The hunter might go dancing with him for all I care. He doesn't tell us. Are you friends with Marfa, your neighbor? Not so much. Recently, I visited her in the evenings. She wasn't home. That happened several times. God knows where she was. You could ask a shepherd about her. He leads the cattle to graze in the evenings. Oh, the youngsters. They also like to walk at night. They may have seen something.
I don't need to buy anything. Oh, the shepherd. Okay, that's where the shepherd has the bale of hay. She said to talk to the shepherd. Let's go talk to the shepherd.
The shepherd is sitting by the haystack, hitting his poo drum with sticks. Fog surrounds him, covering everything with slippery moisture. You smell mold and mushrooms.
From one Noah to another, I wish you well.
They say Yefim the hunter communicates with the Leshy. Could he have set up these disappearances?
No way. I was writing charters too, but who wants to curse? He isn't to blame. Well, I only do what needs to be done. Everyone likes Martha. She treats many of us to gifts, but I don't like her very much. The woman has a mind of her own. That's all right. I'll have a chat with her when the time comes. Oh, a quarrelsome woman. She's the one who cursed everyone, that's what I think. His son was Galina's husband, so she herself cursed him. Who else?
Have you ever seen Marfa when you brought the cattle for grazing in the evening?
I have, yes. But I haven't seen where she went. Maybe the youngsters saw it.
Shepherds also communicate with Leshy. He watches after the animals for you. Did he give you any helpers?
Nah, just some silly things. I don't measure up to you Khaldoons. I do everything by myself. It's scary dealing with the forest, everyone says so. I need to look after the cattle. They won't punish some icon, but they will punish me if anything happens.
So, where would the kids be? Young people gather in the Ispas that have no owners. That sounds like the kids.
The scarce Nimzia youth is sitting by an old izba. When you approach, they watch you intently.
We've heard of you, Vasilisa. I hope you will help Nimzia. No one has been able to so far.
What's with this guy? Is he hurt?
His mouth is too big. In our village, no ones who call the Leshy's name too often get their mouths tied shut. Otherwise, it's scary. We don't want to be taken by Vorsa. Philemon doesn't take apprentices. He tells us he will manage by himself. He's right. None of the animals have ever gone missing. I guess the Leshy is fine with just villagers. It used to be that some bear or the like would carry away an animal from time to time. We can't tell you anything about the hunter. We don't quite know him. He speaks to the Leshy and nowhere, sort of like you. Well, she's a fine girl. What else can we say about her?
Did you see where she walks at night?
Marfa walks at night? No, it can't be her. But someone definitely walks the streets. Must be the devil. Recently, Galina went missing, and we noticed some shadow getting into her house. One of us was placing a candle for her in the corner in the evening, you know, so that the forest would let her go. Suddenly, he heard some rustling and saw the door open. It was Leshy. Who else? He immediately ran out of the izba. We found his tracks in the morning. Someone must have been carrying a heavy soul off to the forest. There must have been Galina's second spirit when Leshy was holding her. The tracks are deep, so this spirit put up quite a fight. A scary thing. Galina was her daughter-in-law. They sure did argue, but quietly, so people wouldn't talk. Galina was crying afterwards, she told us.
So I think we head to Galina's home. I was gonna go in a circle, but also I just noticed.
The scarce Nimzia youth.
We've heard of you, Vasilisa. I hope
That's
you
not
will
what I
help
wanted to
Nimzia.
do.
No one has been able.
Go back.
The scarce Nimzia youth is sitting by an old izba. You sit by a house and dissolve in a deep song. Galina is doing well. She's sitting at the table and is already busy doing housework. You search the yard and notice the tracks the villagers told you about. Someone was dragging something heavy towards the forest.
Forest outskirts, I guess.
The Leshy's domain stands before you like a grim wall. The peasants have burnt part of the forest, but it maintains its size, growing back trees with remarkable speed. You follow your instinct, sensing traces of primitive rituals, and soon come to a tree stump that has the remains of offerings to the Leshy and bullet holes. You notice boot prints in the soot nearby and follow them. Here the hunter's stride is regular, and here it has sped up. Suddenly, the girl's tracks cross that of the hunter. You cannot discern. The Leshy's domain stands before you like a grim wall. You have no difficulty following the tracks left by the Leshy when he took something heavy from Galina. The tracks stop by the hole, clumsily masked with grass. Inside you find a chest filled with various everyday things. Kitchenware, jewelry, fabrics. Looks like someone got caught on an old nail inside the chest. A triangular piece of cloth dangles upon it. The Leshy's domain stands before you like a grim wall. The peasants, the fog quickly thickens and you start to lose your sense of direction. Short paws stretch towards you from the fog.
Oh, battle time. What is that? Oh, that heals 10. Increases in size and becomes stronger, internal and immovable. That didn't help me, so let's head back to Galina's Isba.
Galina is doing well. She's sitting at the table and is already...
Vasilisa, I don't know how to thank you. You'll always be welcome in my house. Well, come in. Sit here, under the icons.
This woman came to me, Anisia Ivanovna.
Oh, Lord help me. Even the Leshy won't take that woman. I know. I used to be her daughter-in-law. He's friends with the shepherd. I bet they both talk to the Leshy. But I don't believe they are to blame for the missing people. They are fine men. We're friends. I love her. She used to bring me and my husband lots of gifts, especially after our village got closed. She's so kind.
They say the Leshy came to you when he held you in the roads.
God save us. My life is not enough for him. He wants to curse my household as well.
How so?
How? Why else would he take all my copper dishes? It was all that was left from my husband, and it's still heavy. I saw the trail leading into the woods. The damned chort. I'd rather be dead.
Galena whimpers.
You're Anisia's daughter-in-law?
I was. An absurd life that was. Well, it's a sin to complain. We all live as we can. My husband was taken from me by the forest. He died. God rest his soul.
What kind of man was he?
A good one, loving, so unlike his mother, Anisia. When he died, she blamed me, said I cursed him.
Did you argue?
We had some disagreements, but I don't think she cursed me. I don't remember any such thing.
Do you remember the time when the Master of the Forest took you? What did he look like?
My memory is foggy, Vasilisa. I can hardly remember any...
Did he look like anyone from the village?
No, he was dark, as if made of wood, covered in moss and mushrooms. He nearly crushed me with those roots. God help me.
Galena starts to sob.
I remember one thing he told me. I can't pray.
I don't know where to go. I might as well try to get some of these encyclopedia entries.
By the haystack, hitting his poo drum with sticks. Fog surrounds him, covering everything with slippery moisture. You smell mold and mushrooms.
From one Noah to another, I wish you well.
I can check if any additional information came from the people that I talked to already and then move to new locations.
The herbalist's house smells like healing herbs.
Ah, great. I don't care where this village is. In a fog or in Perm Gubernia. Can you tell me about this piece of cloth? I don't know. Looks like Marfa's dress. The pattern is the same.
Oh. Have we talked to Marfa yet? We've heard a lot about Marfa, but we have not talked to Marfa.
Marfa's izba is richly decorated. Towels, a large salt pot, and everywhere the wood is covered with murals.
Greetings, Vasilisa, dear. Well, come in. Sit over there, in the corner.
What can you tell me about Philemon?
Well, he's a fine shepherd, a knower. Not as strong as you, though.
Has he been in the village long?
Well, he came here before the forest master closed us in here. Yes, only after that. Anisia is very grateful to him for his work. She gave him a belt, you know. She gave it to him right after St. George's Day, when he whispered to the animals. Other than that, a regular man. I don't know what to add.
He refused to take it? That's strange. I need to learn about this belt from Anisia. How long have you known Eupheme?
Yes, a fine man. Always successful with his hunting, even after all this. He's not himself lately, they say. The youngsters can tell you more. They watch everyone.
Tell me about Anisia Ivanovna.
Oh, the whole village heard her arguing with you. I don't know how you could listen to all that. I would curse her for sure. She was born with teeth. By the way, Galena is her daughter-in-law, but her husband passed away. A fine man he was. You saved her, so she might tell you more.
They say you walk the streets at night, acting strangely.
Oh no, Vasilisa dear, God forbids. I sit at home, that wasn't me. Who walks at night at all? I'm too scared.
So where are you walking at night, Marfa dear?
Nowhere, help me, Lord. I'm telling you, I stay here around the house.
Maybe a Susetko left a piece of your dress in the chest with the stolen goods. Do you break into all the locked houses?
Marfa suddenly falls at your feet.
Oh, don't ruin me, Vasilisa dear. I knew right away as soon as you appeared in our village that you'd find me out. I took the goods from Isbas where no one stays. Those that belonged to ones taken by the Leshy. No one else need those things, right? I swear on the cross that I've never cursed anyone. I loved Galina. I grieved most of all. The goods are my sin. But it's all for the future. All will serve the village as soon as the Leshy opens it back up. I will give everything to the monastery. And I won't forget about you. Here, I can give you some money now if you want. But don't tell the others at the gathering.
That's a bribe. You're bribing me. I don't like being bribed.
I don't need your money. I have to think what to do with you. You've wasted my time.
Thank you, mistress. Don't ruin me. I'll be sent to a labor camp. I'll die there too.
Marfa starts to cry and whimper.
Ah, where to now? Let's... I haven't been to the mansion yet, but let's go talk to the people we've been talking to, finish that, and then we'll go to the mansion.
A small hunter's izba that is well lived in. He takes care of his...
Oh, hey, Vasilisa! It's good that we finally have a knower. You've saved Galina.
I found your tracks in the forest by the offering. You were dragging some girl by the forest edge. It was Galina. Did you give her to the Leshy?
Bite your tongue, Vasya.
Who was it then?
Well, me. And the girl was one of the villagers. You can see her in the village right now. I told her not to tell anything. It's a bad omen. I left an offering to him and shot the stump. I've been trying to summon the Leshy for several months straight. I want to ask him eye to eye if Nimza is doomed because of the... But he cares little for us. Will you maybe be able to get to him, to a righteous forest?
Okay. Where to... There's not going to be anybody on the first outskirts. We've just talked to Marfa. Abandoned huts. Maybe there's something new there with the information I've gathered.
The scarce Nimzia youth is sitting by an old izba. When...
We've heard of you, Vasilisa. I hope you will help Nimzia. No one has been able to.
Have any of you seen a hunter by the forest edge? Well, don't be scared. I can protect you from him. You can...
One of the girls confesses she saw Yefim by the forest edge. She says Yefim was asking the Leshy to free Nimzia and bring the missing people back.
So that checks out. We just spoke to the herbalist. Well, let's head to the mansion, I guess.
Like many other houses in the village, Anisia's izba is bent because of the wildly growing forest. You knock at the door, and your acquaintance opens it for you.
You again, witch! Ugh. I'm looking forward to never seeing you, you damn vulture! Well, what do you need? Yefim? He's a fool. I bet he's the reason the village got stolen. I bet he wrote his little charter wrong, and the Leshy was only too glad to grab it all. Phew, godless Kolduns. Ah, another curse maker. This one is worse than all the rest. His mug is all rotten, just like yours. He does nothing, only feeds here for free. I know exactly how these Noah shepherds do their wolves watch the animals instead of him. He's only dilly-dallying. That girl's a hypocrite. Wants everyone to like her. But she's got a mind of her own. She's gonna give us trouble.
They say that Galina that went missing.
That's none of your business. You lousy.
Anicia pushes you away from the...
Vicious.
Like many other houses in the village, Anicia's is...
You again, witch. I'm looking. Well, what do you need?
Marfa says you gifted a bell to Philemon.
I did, and he didn't take it. Still walks on his red one, damn him. This Susietka was smothering me all night. Looks like I made a bad bell, although I did it with proper permanent patterns. Why am I telling you this? A witch won't understand. You only want to walk around bareheaded. Ooh.
The Susietko didn't get angry for nothing. I should speak to him. They say that Galina, that one...
That's none of you.
Anicia pushes you...
That would be...
Like many other houses in the village, Anicia's izba is bent because of the wildly grown...
Let's find the...
You sneak under the branch through the bent gates, whisper the secret words, and notice a black, furry shadow in the far corner of the yard.
Yuck! And nowhere, Khaldoons. I hate you kind. What stings?
Wait, kind host. I want to ask you.
Don't you try throwing sand in my eyes. I feel evil emanating from you. Like from the bell my master wanted to trade. Don't think he didn't trade it. All covered in evil markings. Doesn't have eyebrows. I punish her and punish you.
You notice the shadows grow darker in the corners. The Susietko is not alone here.
Okay, now what? We haven't been here in a while. I'm just gonna go through in a rotation until we find new information.
The shepherd is sitting by the haystack, hitting his poo drum with sticks. Fog surrounds him, covering everything with slippery. Your blood runs cold. He wears his boots on the wrong feet, and the footwear is too thin at the ankles.
Wait, what?
From one Noah to another, I wish you well.
came to Nimzia after the Forest Master hid it, right?
Yes, I was unlucky. The Leshy caught me. Doesn't seem that I asked for an invitation when I entered his domain.
What were you doing before this?
I was a worker. My father was old and couldn't support me. I made my own way.
I'm gonna save. I think it's the shepherd, given that information, but I kind of want to see what happens if I accuse Anicia.
Like many other houses in the village, Anicia's is
You again, witch. I'm looking. Well, what do you need?
I heard you argued with Galina. Did you blame her for your son's death? You cursed her and wished the Leshy would take her.
Anicia's face changes, and she takes a step back.
Well, why did you freeze there? Did you curse your daughter-in-law?
Anicia makes another step and almost falls on the bench.
I did. You guessed it, witch. It's as you say. I am to blame, and what of it? It was Galina who cursed my son. Who else? Who? You're a witch, and she might as well be one. You found each other. I'm not scared. Tell it to everyone at the gathering if you wish. I cursed her, and I curse her still, and I curse you. I wish the Leshy would tear you to bits. Get out!
Anicia pushes you out of the door.
Okay.
The shepherd is sitting by the haystack, hitting his poo drum with sticks. Fog.
It said I got all the evidence. I just got an achievement for that, so I guess let's go to the village gathering. We can probably
Looks like
accuse
the
shepherd
village was
there.
built around barns. Makes it easier for the villagers to take grain and flour for their everyday needs. Here is where public hearings take place. It's quiet here now, except for the sounds of fir trees, nudging their dead relatives with furry branches. You tell a couple of kids to gather the village. The crowd soon gathers.
Why are you gathering here? To listen to that damned witch? Nonsense.
Hold on. Why should we leave at the mercy of the Leshy?
The peasants mumble in approval. You feel uneasy from dozens of eyes looking at you with a mix of expectation, contempt, and hope.
It's only recently that I've come to your village. It's clear that something is wrong here, and prayers won't help. I went searching for Galina.
You saved her. Thank you, Vasilis.
You hear murmurs of approval from the crowd, as well as cries of gratitude.
The Forest Master is the one to blame. And he's hiding here, among you. That's why it's so easy for him to kidnap people. And I know who is to blame.
One could say he's among us. I know that's terrible and an old joke at this point, but...
They're waiting for what I say. Who among them is a Leshy?
It's the shepherd.
The Forest Master lives among you. That's why you can't beat back the trees. That's why people go missing so often. Your shepherd, Philemon, with no eyebrows and with the Leshy's belt, is waiting for you to curse each other.
You search the crowd and see that the shepherd is here. A couple of men grab him by his belt and drag him to the center of the crowd. Philemon tries to fight, but then grows soft. You take the book and get ready to bind him with Zagavers, but he raises his eyes, and you see that they have turned black. The changeling Leshy easily shrugs off his captors. A strong wind picks up, and the shepherd's figure stretches out, becomes transparent, and vanishes in the swirling fog. Otherworldly laughter is heard from the forest. The frightened villagers scatter to their homes. You clutch your book tighter and run after the Leshy.
Wait, Vasilisa. I saw everything. Still can't believe my eyes. I want to help. Philemon, run that way. I may help you with something else. There is this thing.
Talk faster. I don't need you in the woods. You will only get yourself killed.
A wonder-working icon will come in handy to you. I blamed God for all of this, wanted to punish him, and I hid it nearby.
I will take, if I have time.
Alright, this might be a good place to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we will try to find out what's going on here. So I'll see you all in like 5-10 minutes. Also, no worries, Jaguar, on doing the homework. Hope you're doing it well and hope everything's going well with that. But yeah, we'll come back in like 5-10 minutes and then we'll try to get through the rest of this chapter and see where we're at. See y'all in a few. Okay, everybody, and we're back. How's everybody doing? Let's just make sure I've got everything good. Stream's still going well. Good. By the way, if anybody does want to talk about anything in terms of the politics stuff, let me know. We still can do that. I know stuff is frustrating right now, and I perfectly understand if you kind of want a full break from that, but it is an option on the table.
You step onto a southern Nemzia field. Suddenly, your way is blocked by evil spirits. These must be Philemon's helpers.
Jaguar says, doing okay, got some water during break. Always good to get some water. I did the same thing. I got more tea ready. Just, it's steeping at the moment. Political scene is a mess everywhere. It's bad. There's a lot of messed up stuff going on right now. You're feeling it at work and it's very busy at the moment. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. I guess we'll head to the hunter's stash and see if we can get that item that he mentioned.
On an old stump covered with mushrooms, you find an icon the hunter was telling you about. The face of the saint looks at you with reproach, as if it was you who shot it. You quickly hide the icon in the bag.
Jaguar says I've spoken to some people who say they've lost their friends over the political scene right now. Biggest complaint is how do they not see what's wrong?
The raven appears as if out of nowhere. It lands on an old cross and stares at you. The forest rustles around you. The wind disperses the fog, and for the first time in a while, you see the night sky.
With certain parties in Canada, it's like it's just basic social studies. Yeah, and the international scene is not better.
The raven's eyes flash red in the forest darkness.
It turned out to be a shepherd, not a mother-in-law, not a plowman. Carr, carr. It's good that you found him. It will be easier to defeat him. He's afraid of you.
Yes, but where is he? How will we find him in the forest?
We've already tracked down Philemon. He went to that tree where Galena was found. Found! Turns out he has a secret underground lair there. All of those who were kidnapped are held there. There!
Do you think he'll uncover Nimzia?
He will! He will! You won't leave him no choice. You have the book! Black! Black!
You know about it?
I guessed it, sensed it, knew it from the start. The wind at the crossroads told me. Karr! Karr!
How do we find the entrance to the lair?
I know where it is. I know. I'll show. Go to Kulpa. Karr! Karr!
Those who were kidnapped, are they alive?
Not alive and not dead. Our father sometimes took people, but he let them go later. Later, someone will pray for them or say a holy word, and then he let them go. This one keeps their soul, feeds on them. For him, their souls are like sugar. Karr! Karr!
What kind of chort are you? Maybe you're leading me into a trap.
You don't know who I am?
What is this strange bird that showed up at the crossroads? Was it this raven? You showed up at the crossroads. Nature listens to you. And you know the forest so well that you can follow Philemon. You're also a Leshy.
Ah, you guessed it. Karr! Karr! My name is Karnesh. I'm Eleshi's son, as well as Philemon. He's my brother. He's been hiding from me for a long time, sucking the life out of Nimzia, plucking its villagers. I couldn't track him while he was in a human form, but you helped me. Yes, you did. It is I who dragged you here from Balut. It's my figure you saw in the forest. My presence. Karr! Karr!
You're the reason I'm trapped here.
It's not so simple. No, I was lured by the book. It led me to you. I'll help you. Only my father can break the seal on this book, and you won't find him without me. No!
All right. Lead me to your brother.
Go to Kulpu. I will wait for you there.
The sound of wings reverberates through the old branches when the raven takes off from the old tomb. You gaze with sorrow at the crooked cross. Who was buried here, and why?
Jaguar said, I was reading an article recently about how climate change is affecting women and their traditional work. Now climate change is making things more sexist around the world. Women's traditional work provided security and independence. Now they are losing those. Patriarchy and sexism is even more on the rise. Yeah, I mean, there's a long history of the connection between women being able to sustain themselves versus patriarchal influences. When women can't take care of themselves, then yeah, they're going to be subject to patriarchal whims far more often.
Your bast shoe sinks into the freezing sludge. You have arrived at a flooded glade. After finding an old path made of rotten planks, you make it closer to your goal, but feel something wrong and stop halfway into the swamp. It looks like Philemon's chorts have set an ambush ahead. You look around. There's a man standing by the fringe of the forest, but you can't make out his face. You step back and follow the strange figure. Call out to it, but it's continuing further. It seems as if it's leading you around the swamp, across the river. Should you follow the stranger, or continue on your way to the Leshy's lair? A man is standing on the other bank. Your blood runs cold. The figure seems familiar. Could it be him? You're separated by a small, cold river that you can wade through. The icy water burns like a flame. Your breath freezes, but you gather your strength and reach the opposite bank.
What kind of side quest am I on?
The roof has collapsed, and fir trees have grown in the rooms. It looks like even the everlasting stoves have bent, collapsed, and become homes for the trees. Suddenly, you witness a strange vision. Several forest chorts are chasing a pack of squirrels while muttering something. You call out to the Chorts, and before they can attack, you quickly read the right Zagavr. The squirrels gather in an obedient herd. It turns out the Chorts found the Zagavr text in an abandoned chapel. The grateful Chorts pick edible mushrooms for you in the woods nearby, and tell you about a shepherd's treasure nearby. You get to the abandoned church the Chorts were telling you about. You feel uneasy because of its sharp outline, as if it is vanishing in the haze. Under a canopy, you see the black, toothless doorway of the building.
Jaguar says, I feel like we're at a turning point globally given the reality we're in, and it's scary and sad how people don't see it and will continue to work against the betterment of all. Folks voting against themselves is mind-boggling. The amount of people I hear justifying voting against themselves because they like a certain political candidate's appearance, because they're afraid of some nonsensical thing that doesn't even exist, because they're terrified of change, or any other number of things. I mean, the fact is under our current economic and political realities, most people are voting against themselves no matter what they do. But given the realities, there is an objectively better choice by comparison within the presidential race in the United States. And in terms of local elections, there are small groups of more progressive people who would at least make the job easier for future endeavors. And while we can't get the perfection that we maybe want right now, seeking the better options would be good right now. I'm not saying that like everything's gonna fix itself, but there's very obviously better choices compared to alternatives. And to me, the perfect is always the enemy of the good. Unfortunately, we don't get the option of the perfect because we haven't built the options for the perfect. We don't have a ranked choice voting system. We don't have alternative measures in place. There is no third party with enough strength behind it. So, as an average person outside of building a community that somehow functions outside of the realm of everything else, what are people supposed to do outside of work within what we have to a certain extent while we're building other things, while we're developing other plans? It's like the worse things get, the more folks want to cling toxic beliefs and practices. Hello and welcome, Gangle. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. We have to be pragmatic about things. We do. You know, you can't... To me, one of the things that I always go back to is unless you've built a system that has dual power already and has an alternative vision for something that exists under capitalism, you still have to function with the capitalist version of it. So if you're dealing with this two-party system, in the US, and you've got the choice of the Democrats and the Republicans, and you know, just by the sheer mathematical realities and the statistical analysis and everything else, that there is literally two functional choices. You have to pick the better of the two choices. Picking a third option is akin to not doing anything, or worse, supporting the worse of the two options. That's just the mathematical reality of things. If you want to change that, you need to implement ranked choice voting. You need to implement policies and tools within the system to put a wall against that. And in terms of local stuff, which is far more important at the end of the day, because the Republicans can't do their states' rights nonsense if you are the people running the state. And if you work within that and you're able to build that, and that isn't to say we shouldn't be, as people on the left, trying to build away from the system as well, but it takes multiple different efforts. It really does. And some things we're going to build on top of on top of the system, and some things we're going to build away from the system. And if you build both, and you build enough, and there's community, and there's people coming together, and there's common goals being talked about, and mutual needs being met, then you will start to be able to change that narrative. But as we stand now, there's no good option, but there is a better option. And I think that should be pretty evident. That's the pragmatism that I think you're describing, Gangle. Jaguar says, but at the same time, there's a movement towards better. More people are having these conversations, which is great. The amount of people I have encountered that either are completely, and this is coming from random people who are not, politically leftist. They don't devote time to processing and spending time on this. The amount of people that I have seen talking about, oh, the economy's messed up, this is messed up, I don't like the Democrats, I wish there was something better. But there isn't, so I'm voting for the Democrats. Alternatively, the amount of people I've heard say, I'm voting for the Republicans because insert reason that makes no sense, such as women flat out saying things like, I don't think a woman can be president. The amount of self-hatred that you have to think that about somebody who's like you, that you couldn't have power, Gangle said some people prefer to vote for impossible candidates to feel good about themselves. They can do that. It's their choice, but it's not very helpful. I mean, you're right. At the end of the day, it's everybody's choice to be able to do what they want in that regard. And I agree with you that if you prefer to vote for an impossible candidate to feel morally superior and to feel good about yourself and where you stand and to feel like you voted on principle, sure. I mean, that's a decision. But to me, you don't change things and you don't work towards building power by always making the cleanest decisions all the time, when the clean decision effectively makes you powerless. You do the thing that is going to prevent the most harm, and you make tactical choices, because tactical choices lead to better outcomes. You're not going to sit there and say, I have an issue with the medical system, and then just be like, that means I won't go to the doctor anymore. You have to build a different institution of medical practices and some sort of alternative system if you wanted to change that, right? I kind of see it the same way. You can't expect people to jump off, from the current reality when there's nothing else to step into. And somebody has to step up and start doing that work. And there needs to be enough people doing it to make it feasible and viable. And that's going to be hard, but it has to happen, because if it doesn't happen, we're just going to continually be in the same cycle every 4 years where it's like, oh, well, you know, we have two terrible options, one slightly better than the other, and you're going to have a bunch of leftists who, you know, want to vote for somebody who's better, but effectively has no chance to succeed because they haven't been built up, because there hasn't been enough media presence for them. To me, it's literally just about tactics. I don't vote because I'm happy with the system. I'm not voting because I believe that these people, even if it was a leftist candidate, I wouldn't believe in the candidate to actually be morally good and to make all the right choices. They're a political candidate. They're always going to be in a position of authority and power under liberal democracy. It's not something I'm comfortable supporting in general. But if it eases the burden off of people in our society and we can prevent a dictatorship, an even greater dictatorship from forming, it might be worthwhile. Anyway, you get to an abandoned church, the church we're telling you about. You get uneasy because of the sharp outline, and if it's vanishing in the haze under a canopy, you see black, toothless doorway. I guess we go up the stairs.
Inside, you find a skeleton with a wooden drum. There's a shepherd's charter in the dead man's bag, and several old coins. In the charter, you see the Zagavur the Chorts tried to master. Look, you have no way to learn what this person looked like. Only naked bones remain. But the drum looks exactly like the one Philemon has.
I think we found the real Philemon.
You take the shepherd's charter. The moment you touch the coins, Chorts, as well as the spirit, surround you. Looks like...
Coin Chorts. Oh, they're gonna play defense. Curse. And you're gone. Jaguar says, totally agree, Gangle, these folks to do something.
It's difficult to travel the untrodden paths.
I'll read in
The
a
river
second.
Pujva spilled over its banks and formed another swamp here. There he is, your old friend. He's here, standing in the middle of flooded wood. You call out to him, but your voice sinks in the thickening fog.
Jaguar says, totally agree, Gangle, these folks do something to make themselves good about themselves. They get to be cool or something, but we can't afford that, especially in a place where each vote counts to swing things in a better direction. But you're right, it's their choice. I mean, the scary thing to me is that the Republicans have been moving in a direction of actually denying a lot of people access to voting by eliminating the ability for a bunch of people to vote. Like North Carolina, for example, just had a ton of people removed from their voter registration. And This thing is looking more and more rigged. So I think even in places where there's a quote-unquote sure bet, I think people should just do it at this point. You're not gonna, get a third party in. You're not gonna overthrow the system or whatever the heck you want to do in the next 3 months. But the right might, and we know what that looks like. We have enough history books to know what that looks like. So just play tactical. Take a page out of France right now, what they did there, where they made sure the fascists didn't get into full power, and just hold the line for right now. And I will tell you that some of the policies of the Dems when it comes to international politics isn't exactly making that choice clean or easy, but there's not really another choice right now.
The dampness sets into your bones, and you start to shiver, either because of the cold or in anticipation of the meeting. You come closer. The silhouette gradually moves away. At times, you feel you can almost touch it with your hand, and at others, it disappears. But then once again flickers in the pine wood. The one you were following all this time gets lost behind the trees. You follow him, and the pine needles and moss rustle beneath your feet. Suddenly, you step on a broken fir branch. You are quickly surrounded by forest.
Mages with defense do 13 damage to... Oh. Do not want. Gangle said, I was in a Jill Stein leaning chat recently. It was completely impossible to cut through with a pragmatic message there, so that's what I was thinking about. I mean, yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately as well. And I think the thing that drives me a little bit nuts with the Jill Stein stuff is how much evidence points to her just kind of being, in my opinion, an opportunist who pops up every 4 years and does her thing. There was a recent report that had come out that her and some of the Green Party shared a lot of the same lawyers and a lot of the same people behind the scenes as some of the Republicans. I don't know how much of the stuff with Jill Stein in Russia to believe. There's a lot shady behind her and the positioning of the Green Party. And quite honestly, I know that there was some anti-vax stuff back in the day, and there's been a few other things that I can't think of off the top of my head that gave me huge question marks when it came to Jill Stein. Like, are people just not informed about these things because she's not a major candidate? She drains support and seems to offer very little in return. That's my thing. You know, there's a party that, you know, I think is far more pragmatic. I've seen it in a few different states. I think it's called the Working People's Party. Let me get the exact name. The Working Families Party. Yeah. They have candidates in Arizona, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Illinois, Kansas, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina. They've got candidates everywhere, right? They'll endorse whoever is the most progressive, basically, in that area. So, you know, they'll go, whoever they go for seems to be the person that's been kind of vetted the most to be the most practical person to win, who leans as far left as possible. Like, I've seen some of their stuff has been pretty decent. And if there's an independent candidate that outdoes a Democrat candidate, I believe they'll take them too, over the Democratic candidate. Or if there's two Democrat candidates that are vying, you know, for the position against each other, they'll pick the one with the more progressive policies. Which, to me, is practical. You're not trying to get a major presidential candidate in without being a viable party in the first place, you know?
The chorts scatter as frightened beasts. The figure awaits you there, at the
Like, get a few congresspeople in before you start trying to put a presidential candidate in every 4 years. That only seems to take votes from the better of the two viable parties. We all know that the Libertarian Party siphons votes from the Republicans, and we know that the Green Party siphons votes from the Democrats. So functionally, they don't do much except hurt the middle ground, the quote-unquote middle ground version of the quote-unquote viable options. I think that made sense. Like, they play spoiler.
Here is your beloved. Here he is, in the fog. You recognize his figure. You feel that you will hear his voice any moment now, but you can't see his face. You take a step. The figure doesn't move. He's waiting for you. You call to your beloved, but he is silent. Only the branches rustle in the swirling fog.
Gangle says, to be fair, that chat I'm referring to is very concerned about the war, so that's a motivator and comes from a good place. But at the same time, voting Stein seems like a pointless gesture. To me, in a pragmatic view of things, if Trump gets into office again, that war is going to escalate. far quicker than it currently is. I tend to believe when somebody says that they're going to do something heinous. And everything that Trump has said indicates to me that he will make things far worse. Because he won't just let the invasion that's happening continue. He will actively further support it. I don't know what Kamala will do. Kamala has already indicated that she wants to remove the current Secretary of State, which means she disagrees with some of his policies. I can't say for sure what that means, and I can't say for certain that she will move from the current position that Biden holds, but she's been very quiet about that topic. To me, that's at least a question mark of maybe we'll get somebody willing to talk about it a little bit more, as opposed to hardline and hard fast going into the aggression, both at home and abroad. At this point, it's a choice between mildly continuing or fully throwing yourself in. And while I would love to say that we shouldn't be there, that we should pull all the funding, that we should stop supporting it, we don't exactly have the tools and the institutional means or the people support to make such a decision happen. So maybe we just take the option, begrudgingly as that is, to minimize harm. And make other moves over the next 4 years to make sure that harm gets lessened even more. To the point where, maybe we can put enough pressure to end the conflict. But, you're not going to end it with a vote for Jill Stein. And there isn't enough people to rise up and say, oh, the system is corrupt, we're helping genocide. Nobody, there's not enough support there. So I think it's about being real about the position that we're in. We do not have the functional and institutional and societal and political power on the left. We don't. Jaguar says the frustration is that those who claim to be allies in the left don't see how voting is basic harm reduction. They don't want to get real. If voting is the fullest extent of the political stuff that you do, I take issue with that. If voting is the bare minimum that you do, and you want to step up and do more and talk about issues and get proactive and form community and start building things after the vote, voting should be the base and the bare minimum until something else can be done. Because the thing is that when it comes to certain populations in the United States, I talked about the global, in the United States, you have women and you have immigrant populations who are far more likely to suffer under the Trump administration in greater numbers than what we have seen under Biden, for example, right? You can add trans people into that as well. you know, you have women, trans people, and immigrants as three very vulnerable populations that are going to experience literal hellscapes if the Trump administration gets to fulfill the promises that they're talking about. They're talking about checkpoints between red states and blue states that monitor women's menstrual cycles. They are talking about making it so that trans people have their gender identity ignored in favor of assignment at birth genders. They are talking about mass deportations to such an extent that we will have, if they are to carry this out, we will see concentration camps that will make the current border camps look like nothing. How anybody can make a rational decision not to oppose that and to completely gut any possible leftist movement, you know, you're gonna lose all those people as potentially being able to fight against the war when they're already fighting for their own lives on the daily, you know what I mean? You're adding more conflicts and fronts for us to fight. Like, that's not helpful. If we're talking about the fact that some women can't cross state lines, and you're talking about a bunch of people who have been here since they are kids, if not born here, possibly being threatened with deportation, you lose that entire population to be able to stand up to the other issues. And then you have to devote your resources of other people into protecting the people that are vulnerable. How does that make sense as a strategy? It doesn't. It doesn't. And it's been a big factor for me on why I haven't made videos, because I have felt like I'm just talking to the ether with all this. It feels very unheard. And that's not even counting the issues with the labor movement that's going to happen, with the fact that Trump has already used language that parrots the Nazi party flat out when it comes to calling communists and other people vermin. There's the book bans. You're absolutely right, because that's limiting access to knowledge. Voting for the third party is what you do when you're winning. When you're on the offense. When you've seized enough power and you have enough people behind you and enough support that you can make that happen. When you've created ranked choice voting and it no longer matters, and you can create the secondary system where you pick your secondary candidate. You don't throw that away when you're losing. When you have your back against the wall, that's not the time to come out and pretend that you're successful and that you're winning. I don't know if it's just me. Maybe I'm living in a different reality from other leftists, but I'm not seeing victories here. And if y'all are, then I want to hear about it. Because I'm not there.
Only several steps separate you from him. Another moment, and you will be together again. You suddenly lose your footing. A chasm opens beneath your feet. You come to your senses at the bottom of the ravine. The fog is gone, and the figure with it. You can hardly hold back your tears of grief and pain.
Well, that happened.
You stop And keep your book ready. Philemon is waiting for you by the old fir tree. A familiar raven lands beside you.
Ah, Philemon, you're here already.
No, Vasilisa, hold on, listen to me. Don't crumble me into your book. You don't understand.
Karr, karr. Right, keep talking, brother.
I don't know what you're planning, but I won't play into your hand anymore.
$200. 67. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Hi. That was a boss battle.
Philemon sheds his skin and quickly hides among the roots of the old tree. The raven bids you to hurry before the spirit regains his powers. You pass underneath the roots. The subterranean darkness squirms around you like an army worm. When your eyes adjust to the darkness, you see that these are shadows moving about. Philemon's previous victims, still restless. They whisper endlessly, but you can't make out what they're saying. Suddenly, Philemon springs from the darkness, along with coiling tree roots.
Think again, Vasilisa. You will doom the entire village.
It's you who are killing it, one after the other. I won't let other peasants end up in your lair.
I mean, you can put 100 defense on yourself all you'd like. That's not really gonna do much when I hit you with this.
The Leshy falls to the ground hissing and disappears without a trace. You feel Philemon's sorcery disappear around you. Shadows vanish one after the other. Karnish thanks you and explains how to get to his sleeping father, outlining the necessary rituals. The Raven will wait for you there.
That was a boss that just took 2 turns.
Leshy's son told me to go north, to the old field. I better not waste any time. Every day counts.
They got cursed hard. We want you to go here. We want you to go there. And I have a level up. I'll take another item. Even more powerful curses. Curse 17 is ridiculous. Alright. Hopefully this is the last day, because we're going to try to wake the Leshy up, and that should wrap up Chapter 4, which should wrap up the stream. Go off to this book merchant. I don't think there's anything we need, but...
The wisdom that lies upon dark pages is not that of madness.
I have a copy of everything, so...
In this old, abandoned field, neither trees nor crops grow. The only things standing are old poles and 2 thin birches. The Leshy's son told you to tie their tops together to find the way to his father.
You know, one other thing I want to talk about is one of the things that they've been slowly pushing for is a reduction in the labor, in labor rights. They want to talk about gutting labor movements. They're talking about wanting to increase child labor. I'm sorry, when somebody tells you exactly who they are and exactly what they want, and they outline it for you, and they write the book on it, and then they have secret closed-door meetings, beyond that, there are things happening behind the scenes that are worse than what they're telling you. Objectively, there are things happening that that they want to implement that are worse than what they are willing to tell us. That 900-page document isn't that Project 2025. That is the minimum of what they want to accomplish. And they've been telling us who they are with the Heritage Foundation and the Christian nationalist movement since at least the 70s. And they have built for 50 years a plan towards exactly where they are right now. They took over the Supreme Court, they made things happen, they found the right figurehead to put in charge so that they could maneuver everything behind the scenes that they need to do. And they didn't quite have the plan fully in motion, I think, in 2016. They have it in motion now. When somebody tells you how vile they are, listen. Not that people won't lie to you and tell you that they're better than they are. Democrats do it all the time. I get it. But the Republicans are still telling you exactly who they are. Every single day.
This empty field emanates sorcerous power. You sense that there used to be a church here, or, More likely, a Permian. You tie the tops of the trees together, and a portal opens between them to the domain of the Elder Leshy. There's an old birchwood near the creek. The trees are gnarly with age, their roots covered with moss. Red ribbons are tied to their trunks, a method peasants use to aid those who have lost their way in the forest. These ribbons look like the ones you saw before you got to Nimzia. The ribbons lead you further along the stream. Suddenly, several drowners jump out of it, attracted by the black book.
Hell is that status effect? I would love to be able to see that status effect, but it's currently blocked by my cards. Oh, that's not great. That blocked me from being able to use...
Following the ribbons that have remained intact over the years, you find the forgotten old banyas and peek inside. Light shines through the rotten ceiling and illuminates the skeleton of a child. Judging by the leftover clothes, he was one of the Komi Yazvins, as the Nimzia villagers say. It's hard to tell how long the body has laid here, alone and forgotten. You carry out the remains, dig out a grave, and place the bones inside. You unexpectedly pierce yourself with a bone splinter and sprinkle the burial place with blood. There's no soot or coals left in the stove. Silence surrounds you. Even the Banyaks have abandoned this place. Everything around you looks majestic and solemn. The trees that surround you are thousands of years old. Strange spirits walk between them, the likes of which you see for the first time. Tiny forest chorts are trying to catch them. Demons look out of place here. When they notice you, they attack.
Ooh. That's a conundrum. Let's get curse on all three of you. And what are you casting? White crown. Black crown. Okay. Protect and make sure white crown doesn't get off. I can deal with a turn without damage. That is going to be annoying. Jaguar says with all the book bans, it reminds me of the censorship from the early 2000s and the high surveillance. Yep. It just keeps on repeating. Listen, if you're watching this for some reason and you've come across this video, make sure you haven't had your voter registration ended. Try to get that fixed if it has. And after this is all over and Kamala hopefully wins, don't stop. That's the only strategy that seems like it's gonna work.
You walk in circles around the glade with the ancient idols. Even putting your clothes on inside out doesn't help. You decide to look around. It seems as if some kind of Leshy's sorcery is at work. The old forest towers over you. It holds the memory of the ancient legend. While you look at the Chort idols, you think about all...
Oh, okay.
Pagan idols with some chute pattern.
This idol seems enchanted. Old Chort sorcery is still strong here. You can try to untangle this Zagavar.
What am I trying to make here? Am I not trying to make a person?
When the final piece of the
Didn't
idol
I do
fits
that?
into place, you feel as if the forest has been unshackled. It looks like the road is clear now.
A strange rock. Looks like it's moving.
Grr! Vasilisa, it's time to wake my father up. Are you ready? When he wakes up, I'll be dead weight here. He still has to teach a lesson to my older brother. Maybe you'll take me with you. Before you know it, I'll become a Lashley on my own.
Heck yeah.
Very well. A helper like you will come in handy.
All right then, let's do this.
The raven starts to read an unfamiliar Zagavr in a foreign language. With each minute, his raspy voice grows even quieter.
That was an eyeball. Complete chapter 4. Nice. What?
A submerged church. Its bell tower just above the water. Is this a sea or an ocean? What a beauty. This white stone sure is full of power.
Your book lies on a snow-white altar. The white stone faintly crackles and trembles, barely able to contain the power of the ancient artifact.
King Solomon himself would be humbled and awed. After all, his ring is just a seal.
What's going on? Where are we?
Don't you recognize this island? You used to speak of it so often. Never mind now. You've opened yet another lock. There is but a small matter that remains. A trifle, really. Just 2 more obstacles in our way. Who would have thought that a simple witch from Vilgort would make it this far? Oh, but there is much more. Great deeds.
But I just want my wish to come true.
And so it will. Don't you doubt it. Soon you will reach your goal, and the book will lose its seals.
What deeds? I just want to bring back my beloved.
Oh, and you will eventually. The main thing now is be punctual and not miss your chance. Very soon now, the sun will reach its zenith. Only on that day can one find the fern flower. Don't miss it, Vasilisa. Hurry! We haven't come this far for nothing, have we? You are breaking seals one after another with ease. And each time your power grows. The demons can sense this and flock to serve you. Soon it will be enough.
To free him?
Yes. To unite you with your beloved.
That's not freeing him. Uniting us does not imply that he is free.
Will the book really make my wish come true when I break all of the seals?
This is what the legend says. It's been a long time since the locks of this ancient artifact were opened. Legend is a most stubborn thing. It lasts for ages, changing ever so slightly, adapting to its host. Like a parasite, it grapples onto him with tentacles of myth and magic. And the moment he looks askance, it changes into something new on the spot, hiding meaning behind a veil of omission. According to legend, your wish is what lies behind the 7 seals. All the knowers say so. Is that true?
What of my beloved? Where is he now?
I know that he has but 40 days. In this time, he will traverse all the Ariel Toll houses, and his soul will find its place. I could perhaps put in a word for him to my demon acquaintances, but I see no point in that, for you yourself will be able to help him. Still, you need to hurry. Old Igor was right. After the 40th day, even the book won't be enough to get him back.
Time for me to go to Vilgard. 2 more seals remain.
Yes, time is wasting. We will meet again. That I believe.
Alright. We'll clear this up and then we'll end the stream up here.
Ugh,
Old Igor?
Vasilisa. Oh, Lord. I was beginning to get worried. We could have run out of time. Where were you?
Oh, Grandpa. I'm here now. Everything's fine. Lashis have led me astray, but I managed to get out. You taught me well, and I've broken the seal as well.
Oh, you did? Well then, we may make it yet. I thought that friend of ours has gotten to you at last. But no, not him.
Alexander?
Yes, I remember the old tricks though. I do. Broke a needle and pierced the door.
Caught him?
I did, but he managed to get away. His shorts helped him. I'm not so good with demons these days, but I still have some power left.
Don't worry. I'll get to him.
You will, I'm sure of it. Let me call Nikolai since you're here. We have to finish that damn wedding before Abdericha shows up to get back her daughter.
I feel that we're running out of time.
It'll be all right. We'll marry them off this evening. I didn't waste my time. I put a couple of spells on that couple. They'll live happily ever after. That Alexander, he started this cursing business with a wedding, and now he won't be able to stop. When the wedding starts, he'll be drawn to it by his shorts, even against his will.
I will meet him by the Church of the Trinity then.
Don't be too fond of your new boyfriend, though. Don't chase him. Don't forget about the seal.
He isn't my boyfriend. What are you talking about? Then again, we'll have to break the next seal on Ivan's day, right?
Well, less than a week is left.
What? I thought I had more time.
You say the Leshis got to you? Ha! Good thing that you escaped now and not a year later. You know how it is with these evil spirits.
Wait a moment. We have to prepare the ritual then.
Ah, so you remember what I taught you.
Yes, we need threads from a monastery, a towel from a church, an Easter knife, and candles made of human fat from someone who died of fever.
Good. I taught you well, it seems. Don't you fret, Vasya. I've started searching for the items already. Here are the threads from the monastery. You won't be scared?
I won't stop halfway, and I'll get the other items. We're almost there. Where will we get all these items?
I don't know yet. I bought these threads at the fair, but the others aren't so easy to find. I think we'll get some in the Church of the Trinity. The priest will help. And if he doesn't...
We'll persuade him. That ritual is quite scary.
Of course. That's why no one goes around showing off that flower. Everyone would have wanted such a helper. The ones who had the guts all were killed by Satan.
I think I'll manage. I saw a lot of these demons already.
Yes, yes. You must be the only one capable of this feat. Kupala is nearby, and we'll be ready.
I know that you're the one to blame for the death of Ayart's wife. You sent the fire snake that killed her.
So what? As if you don't send demons for jobs yourself. You can't know everything that they're doing out there.
True.
Only later I realized what they had done. I told him about the Leshy to earn some rubles. Those were tough times. Or would you rather die from hunger? Well, what's done is done. He'll finally be able to meet her now.
Let's go to business before we're too late. Go after Kolya while I prepare Zagava.
Right.
There are 5 visitors. Alright, so we're gonna save right here. And we're gonna call it a stream, and next time we'll come back with chapter 5 and go for the 6th seal. So thank you all for joining. And yeah, next time we'll be probably guarding the wedding from Alexander and going down that path. And hopefully then we'll be trying to find our last way to break the final seal.
How do you like my new fur? What a glide.
Don't know how.
Didn't mean to click into
Roscarius, you've
Voipel.
helped me. How can they possibly harm me? Enough of... I will fly. I won't forget it.
And then presumably we'll try to save our beloved in the final chapter. So yeah, see you all then. Next week we'll continue, and yeah. So thank you all for joining. I'll give you all 5 minutes if you want to talk amongst yourselves or anything, but with that said, thank you all so much for watching. Discord links in the description down below. You can like, comment, subscribe to all the YouTube algorithm things. Feel free to support me on Patreon. Link is in the description down below, but only do so if you're in a financial place to do so. And with that said, my name is Anarchist Terra. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a good conversation with us. And hope you come back. Have a good one.